Hello, hello, hello. Hi, my name is Stephanie. Welcome to stream number 8 of the 48-hour reading and productivity sprints to celebrate reading with Neva's 1,000 subscriber goal being met. So running a few minutes behind, so I'm gonna wait a moment for it to catch up. And while I do, show me if you can hear me, see me okay. And we have a guest here with us today. Okay. So I went ahead and shared the playlist. It's really handy because if you're following the playlist, it'll automatically pop you over the next scheduled sprint. Hi, Laura and Jenna. Hi, nice to see you too. Hello, Shannon.
Go to bed.
Scorpio Ascending says that they're reading Everyone Here is Lying by Sherry LaPena. Whoa. I still haven't finished my book. I feel like I'm reading it forever. But I think I was talking about it either with my husband or online. I forget either one. But this is it's a Why Choose, a rom-com Why Choose with 3 brothers, and I was like, it's a lot more tamer than most other Why Choose romances. As far as like the spice. So I was telling my daughter, I didn't like exactly tell, like she knows what Why Choose and whatever means, and so she's 15, like, and so I was like, so the sweaty parts. This is our code word, and like the sweaty parts, there's less like figuring out whose hands are what because it's a set of 3 brothers.
Right.
So like that, it took me like saying out loud to like, oh yeah, that's why there's less group action after the first night.
Yeah, because they're
You know, it would be different if they weren't brothers. I would hope. Let's see here. Laura says
go do everything else.
That she is writing a White Shoes romance. And Shannon says Stormy Times for the Dockyard Girls by Tracy Baines. I've not heard of that one either. Another thing I like about these group events, you get to introduce new channels, new friends, and you get to hear about all these interesting books that you may or may not be into.
Absolutely.
Like that turkey one you were talking about.
That's a terrible book. I cannot recommend that book.
No, I mean not like you were recommending it, just but like it's so horrible that it's like turkey wear is the name of the book. Like how like you have to know what you're going into if you're going to be reading it.
Yeah,
just
when we read it on sprints, there was a group of us that read it on sprints, and we did read it like as a joke. Like we read it as like this is going to be horrible. We didn't expect it to be quite as bad as it was. You know what I mean?
It kind of reminds. I haven't read this other title, but this other title it reminds me that makes me think it's going to be horrible. It's about ice barbarians. It's like an alien.
That's a fun series.
Is it a fun one? Okay,
yeah.
So it's not
Barbarians is fun. Like, I mean, there are a couple of books that were kind of like hit or miss for me. Like as far as, and I haven't read the entire series. I think I stopped at book like 11 or 12. There were a couple books that were kind of like hit or miss for me, like as far as like the romance and stuff like that. But like the series, it's fun. That like the series itself is fun.
Okay, yeah, Ice Planet Barbarians. That's what it is.
Yeah, the series. Okay. Like I would recommend that series. Like if you like alien romance, like I would probably even say like you could probably read Ice Planet Barbarians as like an intro, like if you've never read alien romance before, but you want something that's not like super crazy. You know what I mean?
Right.
I would recommend that series.
Okay. Oh, I just woke up a few minutes ago, so like at like 9, 4:20, 40, somewhere in there, around 9:30. I was like, I'm gonna take a nap. like a solid good nap. So I slept the whole last 4 hours. Because I was like, because I accidentally fell asleep at the end of Margaret's stream that I was on with her. Because we were doing another hour-long sprint, and I was here in my bedroom, and I decided I'm going to stretch out and read. Like, stretch out and lay down and read. That was a mistake. Apparently, I was too tired to stay awake. I didn't know I was tired until I woke up. So. All right, who else is here? Glenda is here. Saying hello to everyone. And she said that Koda is wrapping things up on his stream. Yes, Ice Planet. Freaking love that series. I'm reading Ice Home now. Is that one of the books in the Ice Planet Barbarian series?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Ruby Dixon is amazing. Okay. And Laura says it inspired her current work in progress. And Scorpio Ascending says they're afraid to read Ice Planet Barbarians. It sounds wild.
Honestly, it's not that wild.
No.
In my opinion, I read pretty wild stuff, and it's not. I've definitely read more wild alien romance than that.
Weights?
No.
So I can work out.
Go have some goldfish and then brush your teeth. Go. A little bit. You don't need a lot. You hear me?
So, what are you going to be here during the whole stream? Or are you going to take a nap again?
No, I'll be here for this whole stream. I will probably take a nap. I don't know when I will take a nap, actually, because I ended up taking a nap during Margaret's. So we'll just kind of see where the night takes me. But I should be able to be on for this whole stream.
Okay. I'm okay if you take a nap or whatever. I was just curious.
If I choose to go lay down, I'll give you a heads up before I just disappear. But right now, I'm pretty awake. So,
Laura says that Ice Planet Barbarians is a good intro into sci-fi alien romance.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't think I've read any alien romance. Nothing wrong with alien romance. I just haven't been searching for it specifically, I guess. Jenna agrees with Laura. That is a good intro. So I should be fine streaming for 4 hours because
out of goldfish.
Typically, I am streaming anyway at this time on Sky's channel with her at this exact time. So in theory, I should be totally fine. But also, I'm not typically on screen for hours beforehand either. Yeah, so I'm 83% into this book that I'm reading. There to the part, it's called Set Me on Fire by Sam Hall. It's a white shoes romance, like I said, and there to the part where they're trying to figure out the logistics of stuff of who's living where type of thing. Should you immediately move in with the brother that has the big house and the space for the nursery, even though you're only 9 weeks pregnant, or should you wait to get to know people, that sort of thing. But it's interesting because her best friend is in a living relationship. Her best friend lives with her three brothers in the same type of relationship. The only difference is there's no baby involved. So I'm curious to see if there's another book in the series that talks about her best friend's path to that type of thing. So I don't know. Let's see here. Molly is here. Hi. Hello. I'm going to pull up the timer I'm going to be using because I definitely did not have it ready to beforehand. Usually I do. A little behind today, I guess. I like using the Flocus timer.
Yeah, I think everybody's used the Flocus timer this time. So
I used to do like YouTubers would have like timers that they would like a lot of different author-tubers and booktubers would have like timers that would make on YouTube, but sometimes I feel like it's if I have too many tabs open from YouTube, sometimes it'll be lagging or a lot of times they'll have music in the background, things like that. So for the longest time I was using there's a lot of us that were streaming that were using countdown timer or something. It was a channel that they just made only timers and nothing but timers. And then it's soon and they're like, anyone can use it. It's gonna be fine. Look what I made for everyone. And then as soon as they got monetized, they're like, copyright strikes all across the board. You're done. Yeah.
So Margaret has timers on her channel that I've used before because she just asks that you tag her in the video.
Oh, okay.
If you use timers. So I've used Margaret's timers before when I just want like something different.
All right. I'll have to check that out. I haven't looked. I've used Lauren Nettles timers. I've used writer Sam Wicker's channel on timers. I think that's it, really. And then I was for a while I was using this website on Google, like a website where it's like you would Google like timer countdowns, and it would be like characters racing across the screen to get to the finish line.
Pages with Paige uses those timers where she has everybody pick which one they think will win at the end.
Yeah. I know that Heather Salter Purvis, she lives in Australia. She uses that as well. I don't like using that now, not because there's something wrong with it, but I feel like a lot of times it can be laggy on my end, like the internet streaming connection. So, okay. Kay Simmons is here. Is that Crystal? Christina. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna write that on a sticky note. So you know what I did? Paperback and Ponytails shows up in my stream all the time, and I was like, "What is her name?" Because that's not like an easy. That's a long name to like say all the time on screen. So over on my desk is that in the living room area. I have a whiteout poster board, and I have different sticky notes. But I have one that says Paperback Ponytails, and then Katie because that's her name. So. Because that's not something I can easily decipher based on whatever is in.
I actually have a spreadsheet that has anybody that has doesn't use their actual name in their thing that pops up regularly on my channel. I will put them on the spreadsheet so that when they pop, because eventually I will memorize their names. If I see them enough, I'll memorize who they are.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was original and just used my name. I mean, maybe not that original and just used my name. But also, I originally started this channel as a other channel only. And then after a bit, I was like, I'm just going to do whatever I want on it. And the reason I did that is because after a while, I was trying to do only writing related stuff on this channel and then travel life stuff on my other channel I have. So I was like, I wonder. And so I started sharing the exact same video on both channels, the same title, same hashtag, same thumbnail and all that. And it started getting more interactions on this channel. I'm like, well, fine. I'll do it over here because then it saves the hassle of trying to run two different channels at the same time.
Yeah.
I still have the other one open, and I still have the other one running and whatnot. I changed the channel name. It used to be called Find Freedom because there's 5 of us traveling around in an RV. We're not traveling anymore, and there's only 4 of us instead of 5 of us. And so then my plan was to just use that for like homeschool related content, because like planning what are we using this year for 8th grade and high school, and then check-ins and stuff like that. But as far as me actually making content for that, I have not done it since I've changed the name, because I haven't had time. Those are like lengthy like videos. Let's see here. Our reminder: hydrate, eat, check the laundry. If you need any meds, stretch. Hey, if you're here and you don't mind my face, hit the like button. And if you don't mind seeing more of my face, hit the subscribe button. Is that a good way to say it?
Listen, I here recently in my vlogs, I've been like, listen, I can see all of y'all that keep coming back and watching my channel, and you don't subscribe. So subscribe. Like I've been saying in my vlogs, I don't even care, because I'm just like, what? Because you know how like in your studio you can see like the percentage of people that aren't subscribed but continue to watch your videos. I have like 25% of my viewership are people that are not subscribed to me, but y'all just keep coming back and watching me. So you might as well subscribe.
And I looked recently. I was like, I wonder what videos are more popular. You know, because you can see like where more of your viewers or how viewers are finding your channel.
Yeah.
And like the last month, consistently, it's been from my shorts, but not shorts related to my books. Okay, the one I did with my cat chasing your tail like a dog, I'm not counting that one because it's a cat video. But like all the, you know what I mean? So like all the other ones are things about like traveling. That's it. Like traveling or going to Idaho or going to like a national park or whatnot. But honestly, like the last, I want to say 2 months, other than a couple of like TBR videos pertaining to like the R Reddit fantasy board or the 25 and 25 one, and like a couple of like collabs I've done, like reading collabs, all my videos have been live streams other than those. And now that it's past the halfway mark, now my plan is to start doing updates on those year-long readathons.
Yeah. Well, and people like a challenge.
Yeah.
People love to watch like the challenges. So I try to do at least, I've been doing a lot more of them this month just because I've been doing readathons, and challenges work well with readathons, especially like the screen time challenge, like where you switch your screen time with reading time. Like that challenge works really well with readathons because you're reading a lot anyway. But people do like a challenge video, so I try to do at least one challenge video a month. Which honestly, challenge videos are fun because they give me something to film and they keep me motivated. So
my screen time daily average is 7 hours and 27 minutes.
Yeah, mine is way worse than that. I honestly, I'm doing one right now, and I only use it to go up on Monday, and it'll end tonight actually. But what was I trying to say? I don't remember. Anyway,
so the screen time, do you use it for like certain apps or like all the screen time?
So I only use my social media screen time because on my phone, the way that it calculates, like I have an iPhone, so the way it calculates screen time is it puts like, it counts like YouTube and like the music app and like Audible as like that screen time too. So I only use my social media time, which my social media time is crazy because I just doom scroll on Instagram all the time.
So I have like the daily average combined for all of them, but for the last week, my social screen time has been 17 hours and 25 minutes.
Yeah, like I think the first. Ari, I'm not going over this with you again. You ask me this every single day. It does not change. Okay? You still have a month until you start school, bro. So when I started this challenge on Monday I had 11 hours that I had to read. So I just listened to an audiobook all day because I was like, ain't no way I'm reading 11 hours with my eyeballs.
And so on my phone, I have an iPhone, it counts YouTube as entertainment, not social.
Yeah, that's what it counts it for me too. So I only count social, which would be like TikTok. I think it technically counts like your messages, like your text messaging app, but like that average is like 30 seconds a day. Like I'm barely in my text.
Yeah, mine has like Facebook is like 6 hours and 45 minutes. Instagram is 6 hours and 15 minutes. Messages 2 hours. Facebook Messenger 2 hours. Discord only an hour.
Yeah, my Instagram is always the highest. Like I know that if that shit says that I've been on social media for 6.5 hours, at least half that time has been Instagram.
And then it's 17 hours and 25 minutes, but then it breaks it down to 2 hours, 2.5 hours a day. Yeah, I don't know if I could do it if it was like the whole week's screen time is a total of 52 hours, like combined between the entertainment, social media, and the productivity.
And every time I do this challenge, I'm like, I'm only counting my social media time, friends. Like, because almost always like my game time is because I'm like listening to an audiobook and playing a game.
Right. Yeah. Because then I'm not less likely to fall asleep if I'm playing a game and listening to an audiobook. Not because audiobooks are boring, because I easily fall asleep to listening to something.
Yeah, well, and I have to be doing something while I listen, or I will zone out. Like I will miss things in the audio because I won't be paying attention.
Gotcha. All right. Gothic Plant Twitch is here. Hello. And Shannon is here. Glenda is saying hi to everybody. Lots of highs all around.
Work on it heavy for 30 more minutes.
Jamie B's Books is here. This Chris, is for you.
Hush up. Chris likes to talk smack.
Okay.
Chris, listen. You and me. Just kidding. No, I love Chris. Chris likes to talk smack. It's okay.
Okay. Koda is here. Hello. I was in the stream at the beginning of the stream, and then I was like, I'm done. I'm going to bed. Laura is here. And Laura says there might be reading tonight instead of writing.
Go work on that room for 30 more minutes, bro.
Sounds about right, Jamie B's book says to Chris. No one is eager to own a name like Ludmilla.
Good Lord.
Hi, Koda. Be careful around Neva. Am I saying your name right? Neva? Neva? Like, okay, Neva.
Chris, first of all, you and Nicole are the ones that convinced me and Koda to read Pod. Also, I would never convince someone to buy a pink Nook because I did buy one simply because it was pink. So I was like, might as well try it out. I'm so sorry. I don't know if it's just like the one that I bought or what, but the battery life is horrible. Because so they have like a limited edition Nook that was pink. And it has the page turn buttons on it. It's like the Glow Light 4 or something. So I was like, okay, it's like $150, which is like competitive with the Kindle Paperwhite, right?
Okay.
So I was like, let me buy this. So I bought it last year because I was going to do like a comparison video between my Paperwhite and this Nook, right? And so I was like, cool. I used the Nook for a week, and in that week, I had to charge it twice.
That's one thing I like about the Paperwhite.
And like my basic Kindle, which is this one, my little one, I've charged this once since I opened it. And that was out of the box. Like, because, you know, they come at like 40 or 50% charged. So I always charge it like when it comes out of the box to 100%. I charge my Kindles once a month usually. But I am also a heavy Kindle user. Like I use my Kindle every day for probably 4 or 5 hours a day on average. So, which they say that it will last, I think, 8 or 12 weeks if you use it 30 minutes a day.
Yeah.
And I use mine more than 30 minutes a day. I tell people like I am a very heavy Kindle user because a majority of my reading is done on my Kindle. But I still only charge it once a month. So like if I go on a vacation for 2 weeks, I will charge it before I go on that vacation and it will still be at like 50% when I get back.
And also, like, I will do a mass download of books and then I'll just turn off the Wi-Fi.
I do that also. And I tell people, like, I keep my Wi-Fi on because I have 2 Kindles. So I need them to be consistently syncing between each other. Mm-hmm. Because I don't usually, or I haven't been recently reading 2 books. Like, I haven't been reading 1 book on each Kindle. I've just been reading the same book. But I will use my Paperwhite if I'm like leaving the house or like going somewhere where it could get wet, because this one is not waterproof, but my Paperwhite is. And so I need them to be like consistently syncing. But if I am just going on a vacation, like if I'm leaving somewhere where I'm not taking both Kindles, then I will turn the Wi-Fi off. And I tell people, like, if you only have 1 Kindle, like when I only have my Paperwhite, my Wi-Fi was never on because I didn't need it to really sync. So the only time that I would have my Wi-Fi on is if I needed to download, if I was sending books from Libby to my Kindle, because then I needed it to come onto my actual Kindle and not just stay on my Kindle app. Right. I would turn the Wi-Fi on long enough to download things, and then the Wi-Fi would go back off. Because it does make your battery last a lot longer if you don't have the Wi-Fi on. Or if you just have it on, just turn it on like airplane mode. That's what I used to do.
Yeah, airplane mode.
Plus, it'll make it so that you can keep your Libby loan. So, like, if you think, which I have done that recently, where I was about to lose a Libby loan, I needed to finish it. So I turned my Wi-Fi off long enough to finish it, because it will go back in your app, but it won't sync on your device.
God, yeah.
So you can still read that loan, but then as soon as you turn your airplane mode off, it will go away if your loan is up. But I tell people that you can use that because it doesn't actually stop it from going back to Libby.
That's all the comments I got. I thought there'd be more. There's lots of people viewing, it says. But also, it's a weird time of night for most people. I mean, typically I don't see like reading sprints being done at midnight, 10 o'clock midnight. It's usually, during the day.
At least for American people, it usually is, yeah.
Yeah. Nooks were the biggest disappointment. It's not user-friendly in the least.
Yeah. Honestly, my issue wasn't even... Like, I thought that it was user-friendly enough. Like, I felt like I navigated it just as easily as I navigated, thank you, my Amazon, like my Kindle, like as far as like the Amazon store and like the Nook store, those were pretty comparable. Like, they were easy enough to navigate. My biggest issue with the Nook was the battery life. And I was like, I'm not going to consistently use, like, it's packed away right now. Because I'm not going to consistently use an e-reader that I have to charge all the time. Like, the whole point of my e-reader is that I don't have to charge it all the time.
Got it. Yeah.
Like, I want to be able to leave my house with my e-reader and not worry about, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like, I just charge mine about once every month or so.
Yeah. Like, otherwise I'll just pack a book with me.
Gothic Plant Witch said they had a Nook, then a Kindle. Now they have a Kobo co-reader and love it.
I've thought about trying a Kobo. The thing that stops me with Kobo is that as an American, I'm able to do Libby. I'm able to send ebooks from Libby to my Kindle. and have all of my cards attached to Libby, my library cards, which I have 5 of them. I pay for a couple of them, like a yearly subscription. And then a couple of them I have from when I lived in different states, and they continue to let me renew them. What stops me with Kobo is that I would probably use my Kobo pretty exclusively for reading library books, because you can download library books straight from the Kobo store. Like, you can go and you can search and it will say, like, do you want to borrow this book or whatever, like as a Libby loan. But you can only attach one card at a time.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So I would have to decide which card to attach to it. And the reason that I have multiple cards is because sometimes the hold for one card will be shorter than another card. So I like having the freedom of switching between the cards. You know?
No, that makes sense.
So that's what stops me. Plus, like, I just, call me lazy, but I don't really buy that many Kindle books. Most of my Kindle books that I have are from, like, Steph, your Kindle date. Some of them I have purchased. Like, I have books that I purchased like 15 years ago when I like first got a Kindle, right? But a lot of the books that I purchase on Kindle, I purchase on Kindle to read them, to make sure that I want to own them physically, and then I only purchase them on deal. So like when they're like $3 to $5, I'll buy a Kindle book. Because I don't use my Kindle as my main library. I still buy physical books.
Yeah, most of the books I have on my Kindle are books that were free, or like maybe 99 cents or something like that. There's a few exceptions. So I bought a couple years ago, there was this anthology that was put on by a crap ton of romance authors called Descent, and it was all the proceeds from that was going to go towards reproduction rights for women. It was like right after the Roe versus Wade got that whole thing, and this one wasn't short stories. Like, some of them were short stories, but a lot of them were like full-length books. Okay, and it was $10 for the ebook, and then the paperback was split into 3 volumes. I want to say there was like 300 or so titles on that one. And then I bought Baby Dragon Cafe, because I thought, I was like, that sounds really cute. I'm going to read it. I've like read 2 chapters of it. I felt like it could have been any small town type romance. Yeah. And they just inserted the dragons into it. That's the feel I got of like the first couple of chapters. I'm not giving up on it. I'm gonna continue reading it at some point. And then, I have all the books that Sarah Cannon has written in the Beautiful Demon Saga series that she has. Because the first 3 are free, and then she read out loud during the pandemic, like books number 4 and 5 as well, so 1 through 5. And so I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna do all of them." So I bought them all.
Right.
Have I read them all? No. Has it been like 3 years? Yes, but it's fine. But yeah, for the most part, they're just books that I
also
don't.
Kobo, from what I've been able to see, is not compared, like the Kobo version of like Kindle Unlimited is not comparable to Kindle Unlimited. And I heavily utilize Kindle Unlimited. Like, basically all of my dark romance books come from Kindle Unlimited.
Oh, okay.
I probably read more Kindle Unlimited books in a month than anything else. So like, and I'm not going to get rid of Kindle Unlimited because that helps, authors.
Right.
And so my Kindle, I do have books that I have bought, but I've bought them on deal, or they are free books. But then I also use my Kindle for Libby, because I can't be bothered to go and get physical books from the library, to be honest. and this still this still helps my library, supports my library.
Yes.
And then Kindle Unlimited. So I don't know.
I want to say that I'd look to see like the prices and stuff of like the Kobo plans. And I did like that, there was different price points depending if you just want all ebooks or all audiobooks, or you want access to audio and ebooks.
But I also feel like it's not, I don't know, it's not quite worth it. Like I can't quite justify it to myself, even though they have that option, because the amount, which I understand that a big issue is that Amazon tends to, with Kindle Unlimited, you're contracted into it. So like they're stuck in Kindle Unlimited for however long, a year or 2 years or whatever they sign, right? But I've used Kindle Unlimited long enough that I have certain authors that are on Kindle Unlimited that I read regularly.
Yes.
So then I would be paying 2 different subscriptions.
Right.
If I did like the Kobo Premium or whatever it's called. It's called something. It's called Kobo something. I do like that they offer like just the audiobook option or like the dual option, but also like Kindle Unlimited has enough books at this point that have both the ebook and the audiobook with them, like where you can listen to the audiobook if you want to. I don't know. I think if Kobo was more competitive as far as their like Kindle Unlimited style subscription, I would maybe think about it. But it's also like a thing of like, I didn't transfer the books that I have on my Kindle before they made it so that you can't transfer them anymore or whatever. I didn't care to do that because first of all, if you take the books off, first of all, I have all of my Kindle books cataloged in a spreadsheet. So if you decide to take them off my Kindle, I will just go purchase them physically. It's really fine. I saw a lot of people freak out when Kindle did that. And I was like, okay, but it's actually also Kobo. I looked because I was curious because people were saying that Kobo doesn't do that, what Amazon is doing. Kobo technically allows you to download your books onto other devices, which is true, but they could just as easily do what Amazon has done because it is in the fine print. Like when you download a book from Kobo, it's the same fine print of like, this is just a license. It's not, which is like another reason why, like for my audiobooks, I switched from Audible to Libro FM. Because Libro FM, you actually do own your audiobooks. Like I can go into Libro FM and download my audiobooks from Libro FM to my computer.
Is Libro FM like a subscription model like Audible and other ones?
So it's actually, in my opinion, comparable to Audible. The biggest difference is that one, you keep, like you own your audiobooks. 2, every time that you buy credits or you pay as the subscription, which is $15 a month for a single credit, part of your payment goes to your independent bookstore of choice. You pick the independent bookstore that you want to donate to. And then also, if you cancel your subscription at any point, you get to still keep all of your credits. Your credits never expire.
Oh,
and
okay.
with Audible, if you cancel the subscription, they will take your credits if you don't use them before your subscription is over. And 2, after a year, your credits expire. So if you just sit on a bunch of credits for a year, they will expire at the end of the next calendar year, even though you've like paid for them or whatever. And then you can download your Libro FM audiobooks to your computer so that you can like listen other places. And then they also have bookshop.org, which is the like ebook and physical book equivalent of Libro FM.
Okay.
And so like my local indie works with bookshop.org and Libro FM. So every time that I buy, and you can get DRM free ebooks off of bookshop.org so that you can like buy them and then you can put them on any device.
Yeah, I also looked to see how much the Kobo readers were, and I felt like it was a lot.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, they're competitive with Amazon. If you compare the actual model that would coincide, so like the Kobo Libra color would coincide with like the Paperwhite or the Oasis, except that it's in color. So like the pricing for Kobo is relatively competitive with Amazon. I think it's just about if you want to, if you've had, like I know a lot of people like jump ship when Amazon did what they did in February with like not allowing you to download your books. But it's also a thing of like, if you can't drop it on your foot, then you don't really own it.
Right.
Unless it's like in their actual print, like with Libro FM, that you do own your books. Like, because I can go in and I can download my audiobooks that I've purchased off Libro FM to my computer so that I have them forever if I want to. But I just assume that if I'm buying something digitally, I don't own it.
But also, I mean, it's fine. Like, there's all different ways you can read books online. So,
yeah. And if it's really like a thing of like, I utilize Libby so much through my Kindle anyway, which I know is only like an American thing. Like other countries can't do that. So I understand like why other countries use like Kobo, where they can utilize their library cards straight in the Kobo like ecosystem. But like if I really don't want to buy a book physically, but I also don't want to like buy it off of Amazon, I will just wait for it to be available at the library. Yeah, Kindle does have more of a selection than Nook does also.
I have a Kindle one. I have a Kindle and a Kobo Color. I prefer the Kobo, but from what I've seen of Kobo's version of Kindle Unlimited, it's not that great. I also think they have a hack, or there's a hack to add more than one library card. Yeah, on the I know on the Libby app, I have 2 different library cards. One from my old library that I still have an active card from back in Oregon. Then I have one for my local library here in Texas. And I like doing that way because the wait times are different, the availability is different. Because there's a book out there that's an ebook and available in one library doesn't mean it's available in all libraries. But I also been starting to use this other app called what's it called? Boundless, and it's another app that you can put a library card in, and I feel like there's a more selection of ebooks. And I mean, they have ebooks, but they also have more selection of audiobooks. And a lot of times I've been able to find ebooks on this app that is available sooner than audiobooks on any other apps that I've had. So what is everyone going to be reading during this next sprint that I'm going to hopefully start soon? My plan, I'm pretty sure I could probably get through the rest of this book. That you just have to imagine the cover. It's an illustrated cover with 3 firefighters on there. It's like 482 pages. And the last chapter starts on page 471. So the chapters are shortish and easy to read through. So I usually don't take this long to read a book. And honestly, I probably would have just been like, whatever, I'm done. But I'm also kind of like, I'm going to finish it too. It wasn't so horrible that I didn't want to finish it or read it. But I also wouldn't, if I'd paid attention to the page number, I would not have picked it for my first book I was going to read for this 48-hour sprint marathon event of Neva's, because it's a long book. I did read, what was it? One of the Puck books, hockey romance books. The first one I read of it was like super big, and then I know Neva's read it, so she would know the title of it right off bat. And that one was like around 500-600 pages, and I read that in 2 days. But I also felt like it was is a more faster, quicker read than this book. I still don't know what I'm going to rate it. I wouldn't say it's like a 5-star at this point because it's like the best book ever. And I feel like if I'm going to rate an ebook a 5-star, it'd be a book that I would want to reread for sure, definitely. Most of my books are like 4 or 5 stars, sometimes a 3-star. There was one that I read recently that I gave like a 2.5 star, and it was one of the hockey romances I read for the hockey romance collab that Neva and me were part of. And I don't remember which one it was. I gave it 2.5 star. So anyhow, let's see. Jamie B's book says, I've been reading arcs so far. How to forget to remember to forget about magic. That is a wordy title. Oh my gosh. But I may switch to Awake in the Floating City by Susanna Kwan, or maybe start Juice by Peter Deadman. I have 23 arcs on NetGalley. Plus, I have about 12 arcs that I have on my Kindle that I did not get from NetGalley. Some of them I just haven't posted reviews for, and some of them I pretty sure I've read, but for some reason sometimes I forget that I have them, and so I'll have like 2 or 3 copies of the same arc in my Kindle library, if that makes sense. But next month I'm going to be participating in the Shark Attack readathon, Shark August readathon. It's the one that Vanessa from Read with Dr. P is doing. It's a team-based competitive readathon about where the goal is to read your arcs. So Jamie B says that she has about 150 unread arcs now, but I do at least do review them as soon as I finish them. So okay, so some of these I've read that are on my Kindle library or the Kindle app. I just haven't, and I've also reviewed them. So I have a total of 34 arcs on my Kindle app. And quite a few of them I've already read and reviewed. I don't know why I still have them on my thing, but it's fine. Jamie B's book says that they're doing Shark August 2 as one of the team leaders for Azure Tides. I don't remember which team I'm on. I already signed up for that one. And oh, Anchored Souls. That's the one I'm on. Anchored Souls. So my goal is to hopefully read at least 5 of the arcs that I have over on NetGalley. Shannon Lee says I have 50-something arcs left to review. I'm currently reading one that I'm going to finish tonight. And so I want to read for August. I want to read at least 5 arcs, and then I want to read at least 2 books from my Art Fantasy bingo board, and at least 2 books from the 25 and 25 bingo board that I'm doing. The 25 and 25 is harder because they're not books I selected myself. I thought it'd be fun if me and my husband did our own. So like I made a bingo board for each of us and then we each filled it out. And so what he did, he'd gone onto my Goodreads TBR, like want to read list. And so he selected some books from there, which I hadn't looked at that list in like ages. So there's books on that list that I had put on there like in 2012. So he put some short stories on there and some other ones. I put on his, I put things like Mistborn because I was doing a read along for Mistborn, so I wanted him to read it. And he listened to the whole thing already. He felt like Mistborn, the first half of it, could just gone away because he said that like a lot of the stuff in the beginning, he was like, "Why are they even talking about that?" And then there's just some other books that I thought he should read. Like I put The Cruel Prince on his, I put Color Magic, Baby Dragon Cafe, Court of Thorn Roses, a few other ones. Jamie B. Book says their goal, besides winning the game for Shark August, is to get their NetGalley percentage to 50% by the end of August, even if it only stays that high for a week. Mine is like at 42%. So, yeah, there's no way I could get like 90 or 80%. If I get to the 50%, I would be thrilled. I think mine's at 40% or something like that. 6, 9, 12, 15, 16. I have more books than that. I know that. Sometimes the books that I have on NetGalley shelf on the website don't always sync over to the ones on my app. Shannon's percentage on NetGalley is 56%, maybe a little bit less. All right, so how do we feel about doing an hour-long reading sprint? I'm going to try to do at least 2 of these. I tend to get chattier late at night, and I'm in my room by myself, so I don't have to worry about the kids or anything bugging me. Not that they bug me, but you know what I mean. All right, I just saw Eva's message on her brother talking to her, so I'm going to start the sprint. Let's see. Share the screen. Go. Is it that one? Yeah, it's that one. Here we go. And there's that. Sprint is in progress. I'm going to start it now. And my plan is to finish this book in the next hour or so. Wish me luck. All right. How did you guys do that sprint?
I did not read. I put Ari to bed, so that's what I did. I will read in the next one. Oh, and I also closed out my vlog that has to go up on Monday. So I closed that out, and I'll edit that at some point, probably tomorrow. And then, but I don't know. I might transfer the files because since I'm not the one hosting sprints, if it kicks me out, it's not a big deal.
Oh,
so
okay.
if I disappeared, it's because my computer freaked out and was like, "You're trying to do too many things." But I might try to transfer the files over at least because luckily I edited this vlog throughout the week, so it's just about dropping in the rest of the files and then playing it through once to make sure that everything is what it should be.
Okay. Yeah, I'm at 93%. So getting closer.
Getting closer.
So, anyhow, let's see what we got going on here in the comment. Where did I leave off? I don't even remember. I'm gonna pick one. Here we go. Devil and Jen is eating dinner at 10 o'clock after a nap earlier. Looks like an all-nighter for me. Jamie B's book says they didn't have time to forget how to remember to forget about magic. Page 250. That's a good chunk of book that you read.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure she wanted to get 51% through so it would count for a readathon.
Oh, that's great.
Because most readathons, they want you to read 51% before you can. I think she's doing mid-year scramble. I could be wrong.
Share with the class Jamie B's books.
But I know mid-year. I know the two that I'm doing are mid-year scramble and sunrise on the readathon, and both of them require you to get to 51% if you want to count them.
Oh, I'm doing the Terror readathon and the Hunger Games readathon. And because I feel like those are good ones if you're kind of a mood reader, because the Hunger Games readathon has so many different like prompts. You can just pick a book and then apply it to whatever prompt. And then the same thing with the tarot card readathon. The prompts are per card that you draw from your tarot card deck or whatever. And so I feel like for someone that needs more options available.
Yeah.
But I also like the readathons that have specific prompts that you need to read in order. Like here's prompt 1, you need to read this one first, or specific.
So I completely forgot that the tarot card readathon was happening. I wrote it down so that I can do it next year because I just completely forgot. But Katie Colson is doing Sunrise on the readathon, which is also Hunger Games inspired. But that one doesn't have any prompts. Oh. You just read. Like it's competitive, so like your team wants to read like as many books as possible, but there's no prompts. There's just extra like bonus things that you can read for. So like, I don't know what this week is because it just started today.
Okay.
Like, next battle, but last week for the battle, the bonus prompt, like the bonus thing that you could do was read translated books. So if you read like a Frederick Bachman, those have been in English. Those have been translated from Swedish. So you can read that, and then you get 25 extra points. And then any Hunger Games book that you read also gets you 25 points.
Okay.
And then Mid-Year Scramble is Margaret's readathon.
Right. And then there's a Comic-Con readathon where you get a point per page like all readathons, but then you also get extra points for a variety of prompts, a variety of things based on like Comic-Con related things. Like if it's from, there's just a lot of them. Okay. So that's one that I feel like you could read almost anything and count it. Right. And I was like, oh, I'll participate in all 3 of them, because then I can just spread the love across all 3 readathons. I've read like 4 books this month. Not a good reading month for me. Glenda says they got to page 223 across the line. Might switch books in the next sprint. Jamie says I gave up on the 51% because it was a 1,016 page ebook. That's a big book. I could not force myself through more than 250 pages. And Hillary made it a 76% in Malice. Yeah, I agree. That is a long book. And Jamie is doing the Tarot Reathon and sort of the Crooked Challenge. Are you going to be doing that one, Neva?
So I'm doing Herkid, but I'm doing it very low key. So like I'm not vlogging it or anything. I'm just kind of gonna do it to see if I can do it.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like one, like it's a really long one. So like, if I happen to make progress with books I read, great. But I'm not gonna stress out about it.
Yeah, I'm not like, oh my gosh, if I don't complete Herkid, like I failed. You know what I'm saying? So like I think that it's like fun. And I have this spreadsheet pulled up on my computer so that as I read books, I can count them. But it's not something that I'm taking like super seriously, I guess. Like I don't know. That sounds really bad when I say it like that. But
no,
like,
I get what you mean.
Because I'm doing my Connect 5 challenge, which is also a year-long challenge. And
is that your challenge or someone else's?
It's not my challenge. So my friend Kristen came up with it, and it's her and her friend Nicole. Kristen makes my my digital reading journal.
Okay.
So like I have a whole flip through of my digital reading journal on my YouTube channel from this year, and Kristen made this custom reading journal. Like she and I sat down together and like figured it out. But she has a Facebook group, and I didn't know what their year-long challenge was, but they're doing this Connect 5 challenge. So it's based off of different like childhood board games. So the first board is Monopoly. Now they started doing this in January. I didn't know about it in January, so I started in July. So I'm filming the Connect 5 challenge in vlog form for my patrons.
Okay.
So since I'm already filming that, it seems like a lot to film 2 year-long challenges at the same time.
Yeah.
And with the Connect 5 one, it's like so you get 5 prompts per game board. So the first one is Monopoly. So you have like a pretty generic prompt for the first one, but then each prompt after that, like the second prompt somehow connects to the first book that you read, and so on and so forth. So
so you're connecting each book on each
connects to the second book that you read.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So it's like, and like the boards get harder as you go. Like Monopoly was really easy, like almost too easy, to be honest. But then I looked at the next board, which I think is the August, like the second board. So the board I'm doing in August, and it is harder than the first one. Like I have books for the first like 5 boards, thank God. But like as they go on, they get harder. And I am trying to read books that are on my shelf, like my unread books, which I have like 70 something of. I have less than that now because I've read some of them down. But we'll say I have like 60 left, right? I'm trying to read those with the Connect 5 challenge. And I think that's where it's going to get hard, is trying to just plug those books in. Because like I've already run into an issue. Like I ran into an issue with Monopoly because I read Ninth House. And then the next book had to be published the same year as Ninth House. I don't have any other book on my shelf that was published in 2019. So I had to go to Google, and I ended up reading Pet, which is a YA, LGBTQ YA book. But I had to like go to Google and type in books published in 2019 and then just like scroll through lists until I found one that looked like something I wanted to read and then go borrow it from the library. Because I was like, I know I don't have another book on my shelf that was published in no damn 2019. Because I didn't realize that Ninth House was even that old.
What is Ninth House about? I haven't read that one.
It's dark academia. It's like a thriller fantasy situation, but it's about a girl who she is like a bad person. By that I mean like she has always run with the wrong crowd. She's had like drug addiction issues. She's just done like really terrible things. So she gets recruited by this secret society at Yale University. And basically they give her like a second chance to like be a good person. Because there's like a crime. It's this book. This is like the
okay. Oh, is that a snake on there?
Yeah. This is the Barnes and Noble like special edition, because I have this one and Hellbent both in the special edition. But there's like there's a crime that happens, but I'm not gonna tell you what it is, because I was looking at the back to see if it tells you. It doesn't. It just says it just says in the wake of a horrific crime. So there's like this crime that happens that Alex is involved in, and she gets offered a second chance by attending Yale on a full ride. But the catch is that she has to help this secret society or she has to help these people monitor Yale's secret societies that are like of the occult. So she's essentially a spy.
Okay.
But it's fun. Like I listened to the audiobook because this was a reread for me technically. So I listened to the audiobook so I can read Hellbent, because I haven't read Hellbent yet. But I read Ninth House in like 2023.
Okay. That sounds an interesting one, the Connect 5 challenge. That sounds interesting to do. But yeah, I feel like if you're going to be vlogging for more than 1 year long reading challenge, I think it would be hard to do.
Yeah.
It would just be a lot.
I would not be able to keep the book straight.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Like, I don't know what book I read or reading for which what.
Right.
So that's why I kind of like, I kind of announce what ones I'm doing. This is my plan. My plan was like announce which year-long readathons I'm doing. And then for a while, for like 2 months, which is not a while, for 2 months, I was like, okay, I'm participating in this readathon and these are the books I'm reading. But then by the end of the month, I just didn't do a wrap of what I actually read based on the TBR, because halfway through the month, I threw away my TBR and read whatever I wanted.
Yeah, that's my only thing, is that I am like through and through, I'm a mood reader. So I will make a TBR usually, just because if I have a TBR made, even if I don't stick to it, it gives me somewhere to start from.
Yeah.
So this way I remember like what the prompts are that way. Because then if I start a book and I'm like, oh, I don't really feel like reading this, I can still go and find a book that will work for that prompt to fulfill whatever prompt it is. Which is why I do my Wheels of TBR game, is because I do allow myself to switch books out for it. So if I pick a book in my Wheels of TBR video, and then I either start it or I decide later, like, oh, okay, I really don't want to read this, at least I know what the prompt is, so I can try to find a different book to fulfill that prompt.
Right. And the way I do my TBR videos, I'll talk about like do a picture-in-picture picture of the title or the cover of the book, and I do it all on iMovie on my phone, so it's a lot of like cutting and pasting, or like cutting and like downloading covers and all that, which is why I'm doing I decided this yesterday, maybe day before yesterday, that I want to do a Kindle, like a blog about me reading what's on my Kindle Unlimited bookshelf. I don't know how I'm going to word it. I have no idea how I'm going to word that title of that blog, because that's a really long title. Read my Kindle KU shelf or something. I don't know. And I feel like I could, just hold up my gosh darn Kindle and say, this is the book I'm talking about, instead of lots of like, it's just a lot. I've done it. I've done like the our Reddit fantasy bingo board has like I don't know how many books. It has a lot of books on there. I went through and did every single title.
Yeah,
it was a lot.
I have a Kindle Unlimited series on my channel that I do. I've been averaging like one video every couple of months just because they do take a little while for me to film. But I just hold up my Paperwhite with the title of the book on it, or with the cover of the book on it, of whatever book I'm currently talking about. That's just how I do it.
And you don't mind that it's not in color?
I don't care one way or the other.
Okay.
Because ultimately, now there are some books that I own that are on Kindle Unlimited. So that is also a thing for me, is that I have some books that are on my KU TBR that I own, and I will hold those up.
Okay.
Like if I own them physically, I'm trying to see if I have one that's like sitting where I can get to it that I know. Actually, I do. Hold on. I know that this book is on KU and it's in my KU library. So this book, which is Does It Hurt by H.D. Carlton, this is on Kindle Unlimited. So like whenever I get to this one on like for my KU series, I will just hold this book up to the camera. But if it's one that I do not own physically, then I will just hold my Kindle up. And nobody's like really complained, but also it keeps me from having to superimpose all the pictures.
Yes.
Which superimposing for me isn't really a big deal because I already have any book that I've read this year, I already have saved to my computer anyway, because I use a digital spreadsheet to keep track of all, like to do all my stats and stuff. And I put my book covers in the spreadsheet because I have a what is that called? Like a bracket, like a book bracket that figures out like what your favorite book of the year is. And so if I plug in the book covers and then I toggle whatever books I toggle on for like my best book of the month, like I go through every month and I toggle the best book of the month, and then it puts the cover into my book bracket for me.
Okay.
Yeah. So I already have all the covers. So it's not really even about like going and like finding them. It's just about sizing them correctly to like.
Yeah. It's just time consuming. And then if I don't remember to like step to the side, it's like over my face. And, you know, it's just
I
a lot
also
of stuff.
tend to point in the wrong direction. So I always put my book covers on this side. But like there's a whole video where I'm just talking shit to myself, like in captions. Like if you watch it, I don't remember which video it was. But there was a video where I was like routinely pointing to this side, even though I superimpose all of my book covers on this side. So there's just captions of me being like, girl, what are you pointing at? Because I'm just pointing like randomly over here and the book cover is over here.
I always do a book cover over here on right hand. So I'm like, and for I don't know, Alien Romance. Here I'm reading this book.
That's the thing. When I hold books up, I hold them up with my left hand.
Me too.
So when I like hold them up in the camera, I hold them up with my left hand. So I always put book covers, even if I'm like if I'm superimposing them, I superimpose them to my left side.
Okay.
But there is a whole video where the entire video I am like, I'll put this is the book cover, and I'm like pointing over here to my right. The book cover is superimposed on my left, so I just like talk shit to myself in the captions. And I was like, where are you pointing?
I've seen like YouTube videos. Like I want to say it was Covers with Cassidy. I think there's a YouTube channel name, and she was doing the our Reddit or the our fantasy bingo board. She had the bingo board superimposed, and then as she talked about each book, she added it to the bingo board. Like so,
there's a way. I think I don't know if you can. I don't think iMovie is sophisticated enough to do that.
I don't know.
Like you'd have to have,
unless you like
super smooth. You
did the bingo board, and then you like had the bingo, and you superimpose the bingo board, and then you superimpose the bingo board exact same spot, but then like, and then you added the
because the only way. the only way I know how to do this in iMovie is you have to have really like it would take time because you'd have to have really smooth transitions. Or I have used Final Cut Pro for my computer at this time is too old to handle Final Cut Pro, but I do own it. And I have used Final Cut Pro because in Final Cut Pro you can actually put a picture on top of a picture, which you cannot do in iMovie.
That's right.
So in Final Cut Pro, I could put like the bingo board, which is why I need to get a new computer because I actually want to use Final Cut Pro because you can do so much more with it, but it is expensive software. So because you could put like the bingo board and then put the picture over the bingo board because you can put more than one picture over each other in Final Cut Pro.
Yeah.
And that's the only way I know how to do it. But like in iMovie, I think you would just have to have really smooth transitions.
Yeah, mine are not.
And I don't think that I'm good enough at iMovie to have really smooth transitions like that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I feel like maybe at iMovie like on a Mac computer, Apple computer, or whatever. But since I'm always like I just use it on my phone. That's where I film all my videos.
I mean, truthfully, even on my computer, I can't make my transition smooth enough to do it.
Okay. I
edit everything on my computer. Even when I was filming on my phone, I would airdrop all my files to my computer so that they weren't just taking up room on my phone. Because I have an external hard drive. So I would airdrop all the files to my computer and then sort them into the external hard drive. But then after I got a camera, now I just like take the SD card out and do it. And then I sort them all onto the external hard drive. But I find it kind of hard to make your transition smooth enough to do it.
All right. Got a bunch more comments in, so I'm going to look and see what we got here. Glenda is on page 77 of 213 of The Black Mind. My Koda Brown. The Colony is an old arc, so I'm working on improving my NetGalley percentage, and it's translated from Swedish, so it works for the translation prompt in Herkid. Okay. And Shannon said they finished their book and they're headed to bed. Thanks for the sprints. I'm sure you're not here anymore, but good night if you still are by chance. And question for you, is Neva still following the Magnolia Park series, or has she given up since the author has turned into a bit of a
No, I'm going to finish it because it's still one of my favorite series. So I am going to finish it. I just don't talk about the author at this point. And I don't even think that it's really that she's turned into a loon. I think that this is who she is like as a person. And she has just gotten called out on the way, on the stuff that she says and the way that she acts. And so now she's like crashed out.
Okay, since I live underneath a rock when it comes to like book related stuff on the internet, who is the author of Magnolia Parks and what is the problem?
So Jessa Hastings is the author.
Okay.
And she just says like super audacious shit, but also like she also thinks that it's okay to use generative AI to create character art, even though her best friend is like an actual artist.
I mean, I don't have any artist friends or family artist people, but I still don't think you should. And
when I say an actual artist, like for the first Magnolia Parks book, which was independently published, her best friend helped her create the cover.
Okay.
So, like, you could have just asked your friend to draw your character art. I feel. Like, yeah. But she also says, like, really weird shit. Like, anytime that, like, her fandom, like, her fans of Magnolia Parks question her or, like, say things that she doesn't like, she will, like, threaten to kill off a certain character that, like, that is like a beloved character in the Magnolia Parks universe, and be like, I can just kill him off if I want to because he's my character. Like, she's just, I don't know. She's just like, she's very, And like she got called out for saying like really weird things. And she also got called out because it seems that like every other book she writes, so Magnolia Parks was like a huge hit. Okay. So Magnolia Parks is at this point like the Magnolia Parks universe is like a 5-book series. So one half of the series follows Magnolia Parks and BJ Ballantyne, and the other half of the series follows Daisy Hates and Christian Hems. So the way that you read these is like you read it's a Magnolia Parks book and then Daisy and then Magnolia and then Daisy and then Magnolia, and there's supposed to be another Daisy Hates book coming out at some point. Okay, so she wrote those. They were like a big hit. Then she wrote Never, which was like her Peter Pan retelling, and it was trash, like absolutely terrible. She got a lot of backlash for it because of some stuff she put in there that could be like borderline racist. Like it was crazy. Then she had a new book in the Magnolia Parks universe come out, but it's a different character. It has a character named Georgia in it. That book did really well. And then she just published another book, and that one is getting like shit reviews. So she seems to have this like pattern of like writing good books and then writing really shitty books.
Okay.
And then when people say that like, oh, this was like not a good book or whatever, she like crashes out. So I just don't really like associate with the author herself at this point. Like I don't follow her on Instagram anymore, or like any other social media, but like I own all the books, so like I'm gonna read them.
Okay. All right. Jamie says their approach to Herkut is that every so often they get motivated to do more planning, and in between they read what they want. It is a nice surprise to see what I finished when I get back to a planning phase.
That's fair.
Okay. Good night and good night. And we're at the end again. Woo. I will finish this on the next one. We'll finish. As long as they're taking to read a book in a while. Pucking Around that's the first book in that hockey romance series, is right?
Yeah, so technically, yeah. So
like the first one that was
way that you buy Pucking Around now is that you get that one night, you get it in the beginning.
Okay.
Because this is like the prequel novella.
All right. So Pucking Around I read in like less than 24 hours.
Yeah, because it goes quick. I
like devoured that thing.
I think it took me 48 hours, but that was like legitimately because I had to like mom. You know, like if I had been able to just like sit and read it, I would have read it in less than 24 hours. But it's also just like a quick, engaging book too.
Yeah.
Because I think that you can read big books in very little time, but they have to be engaging to do that. So if they're not engaging, like you're not going to want to read them.
No, I get that. Yeah. So I think the beginning of this one just really like me. Where they like I said, the same scene told from 4 different points of view. Right. So luckily they stopped doing that. That was the only time they did that. Thank goodness. I was like, if they.
I mean, maybe if they only did it for those 2 chapters, like where it was like a chapter and then the same chapter but from a different point of view. Maybe the author felt like you needed context or something.
Yeah, because it was like
from the other point of view.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I feel like they would have just kept doing it that way.
Yeah.
If that's like their
writing. It was like each of the boys meeting the girl for the first time. Well, one of them re-meeting her because it was his like high school girlfriend person he never did anything with, and then the others, like it was just, like each person is meeting the girl, so I guess it makes sense. I just felt like I felt like maybe it didn't need to be it was almost the exact same scene with the exact same wording and everything. That was just annoying. But I mean, this book did have some funny parts. So the high school boyfriend that years later, this guy, his name is Noah, and the girl So they hooked up once at the Christmas party, and then they hooked up again just one-on-one. And I guess doing something to her, and she's like, because they just had a conversation saying that he never was with anyone at all up until the night of the Christmas party with her. So basically, like, he was a virgin until that night. And so the second time they got together, just one-on-one, he was doing something, and she was like, "Where did you learn this?" And he's like, "YouTube videos." And then she laughed, but then he's like, little does she know, it's where I did a deep dive into like how to please women using YouTube videos. I was like, I was a little funny in my opinion, but
wow.
Yeah, it was just funny because it was in like they were going at it, and this was like normal conversation back and forth, which I kind of like that because like it's just not all sweaty fun all the time, because you might be talking or whatever during sex, and that's so I thought this book had some funny points to it, but I feel like the first few chapters was just like a slog to get through. Also, this author is writing in Australian British English, so there's some terms I still don't know what they mean. Like, maybe like this term they keep on saying shouty, so maybe that means an argument. I'm thinking that's what that means. So it's like a mix between like American, like British English and like American English. So yeah, so it's interesting. Oh. All right, so I'm gonna do another sprint thing, and I'm thinking I'm gonna move to my chair because my back is hurting sitting in my bed. And I also don't want to lay down and fall asleep again.
Right.
It's my stream. I can't do that. All right. There we go. Okay. All right, let's do this, and I'll finish this thing book. All right. So I finished my book.
How'd it go?
It was good. I liked how they figured out how they're all going to have a life together. I liked how other family members were involved in a surprise ceremony, not a wedding, because they're in Australia and it's not legal there. Have more one husband type thing. So I had a cute ending. I'd probably give another book by the same author a try in the future. Just to see if they do another multi-point of view book, if it's like the same type of setup in the beginning where it's a focal scene where it's told by multiple point of views, but like the same scene.
Right.
Yeah, it was good. I didn't hate it. It was just a little bit of a slow beginning. I think I'm going to read next the hold on. I lost my brain from Zodiac Academy, the prequel one. I'm going to read that one because I'm doing the 2-year read along with that Vanessa from Read with Dr. B set up. Because I already read the first book. So I was like, it's long. It's a long series, so. I mean, it has to be. It's a Zodiac Academy, so there's at least going to be at least 12 books. One for each Zodiac.
Yep.
How'd you do?
I did not read, to be transparent. I got sidetracked by YouTube. I'm gonna attempt to read in the next vlog. I mean, the next vlog. Absolutely not. The next sprint when we switch over to Soluunaa. I probably need to take a shower to try to wake myself up a little bit, but because I'm not really tired. I know if I go lay down, I'm just gonna lay there. You know what I mean?
Right. No, I know what you mean.
But I'm I don't know how to describe it, but you know what I mean. I'm not really tired. I'm I feel bored almost, but I'm not really bored.
No, I get it. I thought about jumping around to different books to read, just because I was trying to get through it. But I really wanted to finish at least one.
And I don't know if I really want to listen to my audiobook because it is fantasy heavy.
Oh, okay.
It's romantasy, but I do have to pay attention. So I'm thinking about just picking up my Kindle and reading Wild and Wrangled because I don't really need. I mean, yes, it's a romance, but I don't have to.
I get what you mean. There's less.
Yeah, there's not as much
building
to absorb. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get what you mean. All right. Adia, I hope I'm saying their name right, joined us, and they finishing up Anzu in the Realm of Darkness is a graphic novel and reading Akane Panache, Volume 10. Oh, they're due back in 17 hours. Kay Simmons is here. Soluunaa is awake and ready to go. Is she really awake and ready to go? It's late for sure.
It's not for her. She's in Australia.
Oh.
It's the middle of the day for her.
Well then.
Yeah, that's why she's taking over the 2 a.m. slot because it's the middle of the afternoon.
Got it. Thanks. We're doing both of that. And Jamie got to 114 at 440 in The Colony. Who's that book by? Do you know what book she's talking about, The Colony?
I have no idea. Jamie reads books I've never heard of. But Jamie reads a lot of sci-fi and fantasy books, I think, if I remember correctly.
Let's see. All right. Atia finished The Unto in the Realm of Darkness and 36% in Kiki Kalira Breaks a Kingdom. Okay. Oh, Kay Simmons has been here. They've just been hanging out with the family and trying to stay awake. Oh, okay. The Colonies by Enrique Norlin, a Swedish lit fiction translation. Hence why I have not heard of it before. Oh. Yeah, so the book I just finished reading, the Y2's Firefighter romance one, it's set in Australia. So there's a lot of like this, I guess she said it was like British Australian language or something like that. She said so in the beginning of her book, or like in the author's note about it. Because some people are like, you're not spelling that right, because apparently the only way you know how to spell words should only be in English, no other variation. Kidding. But I know some readers are like that.
I mean, I just assume that if things are spelled in a way that doesn't look like American English to me, that the author is not from America.
Yeah.
But I read a lot of like indie thrillers that are written by Australian authors. So.
Okay. All right. So it says it's written in Australian English, which is a blend between British and American English. They spell things the way the Brits do, expect a lot more views. And they use American slang and swear more than both American and British combined. Huh. It's funny, she goes, well, many people have gone over this book trying to find all the typos and other mistakes. They just keep on popping up like bloody rabbits. If you spot one, don't report it to Amazon. Drop me an email at the below address so I can fix the issue. Huh. So it is like book 2 in like a shared world, because her best friend is just some brothers, and it's from a book called Borrowing My Bestie's Brothers. There's a lot of B's in that title. All right, let's see. Yes, remember, do all things. Eat, drink, shower. Plus, if you like my B's, hit the subscribe button to see more of me. If you like this video, and if you're still here after almost 4 hours, I'm sure you like his videos. Hit the like button anyway. Okay, Simon says it's 2:30, but wanted at least touch base in all the sprints.
Christina, I feel you. That's what I've been trying to do too. I have made it to every sprint. I've made an appearance on every sprint. Even if it's only been like Margaret's sprints, like I made an appearance, but I just like went and took a nap after. But I've touched base. My face has been shown on every sprint, so I'm proud of myself for that.
I've been in every chat of all the sprints, but I haven't been on every sprint, I think.
Yeah. Well, and
5.
Because this is like my thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I try to at least, even if I only show up at the very end or at the very beginning, I try to at least show my face on the sprint, because I don't want anyone to feel like I didn't show up to their sprint. You know what I mean?
No, I get what you mean.
So like I knew that I was tired when I hit Margaret's sprints, so I was like, hey, I'm here, but I'm gonna go take a nap. You know?
Yeah. I mean, I was in Margaret's sprint and then I dozed.
But I showed my face so far, so we're going.
Okay, so she must be in the Eastern time zone. Are you Eastern too, or are you Central?
No, so I'm an hour behind. I'm in the Central time zone.
Okay.
I just convert so I used to live in Eastern. So for 10 years, for 8 years, I lived in Florida. And then for about 2.5 years, I lived in Indiana, which are both in Eastern time.
Mm-hmm.
So when I started my channel, I was in the Eastern time zone. So I always just convert the times into Eastern because that seems to be the easiest one for everyone to convert their own time zone around.
Yeah.
So everything's in Eastern, but I live in Central.
Got it. Yeah, it was easier for when I lived in Oregon. It was easier just for me to like count ahead so many hours. 1 hour, 2, 3 hours.
Right.
The problem was when I was traveling around the last 6 years, like, okay, what time zone am I in? Because we went to like 27 US states in the last 6 years. And then like partway through Tennessee, it switches over from East Central to Eastern, like right around Knoxville, Tennessee, which is weird.
Yeah.
So that was, but then I was in Eastern time zone for like 2 months, and then we traveled back within like 3 days to go to Central. So, but yeah, what I like about YouTube is like if there's a video scheduled to go live at a certain time, it'll automatically tell you what the time is based on the time zone that you
convert it for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also appreciate this. It's actually how I make sure that I've scheduled my sprints correctly, because I have to schedule them for my own time zone.
Right.
So what I will do is I will schedule them for my time zone, and then I'll go ask one of my Eastern time zone friends to go check to make sure that I put in the right time.
Yeah, it's like for a while I was having to do. I have a court thing that I have to do at the end of August, but it's based in Australia, or not Australia, Arizona. And part of Arizona doesn't do daylight savings time stuff, so that always throws me for a loop, which time it is. Australian English also has lots of abbreviations for practically everything, known for its swearing. Yeah, there was swearing in it, but I didn't feel like it was like overly saturated with it either. Like it fit the vibe of the story. Yes, it is. I'm assuming so. So the story I just finished reading is 3 firefighter brothers and a girl. So then the girl's best friend is with her brother. So I might try reading that one. We'll see. I love how I went straight from Sky Stream right into yours.
So Sky must have sent them over. So when you get 1,000 subscribers, you can teleport everybody from from your stream to someone else's.
Oh, that's cool. I am a bit from that.
Yeah. Because now I should be able to do it. So now I can't wait to try it out. I just have to wait till I'm streaming at a time that someone else is streaming, so I can just
right,
send them over.
Right. JC is an hour ahead of us. Low back and forth. Let's see here. Like he's smashing it. Christine said, Christina or Christine? Christina. Is that Caseman? Christina?
Christina, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have my sticky note. Oh, wait, it's right here. Christina says you did better than me. I had the playlist up, but totally missed Paula's.
Oh, I almost missed Paula's. So I messaged Paula and I said, I'm on my way. And then I fell back asleep for an hour. And then I woke back up and I was like, oh, I need to go make an appearance on Paula. So I did make it at the end of Paula's.
Okay. But I did go say hi before I went to bed, but my comment did not show up because Paula does not use StreamYard. What does Paula use to stream?
I don't know. She uses something else though.
Okay. Linda's in Central Time Zone, live in Texas. But that's where I'm at. I am down in Huntsville. Which, if you're in Texas, you know where that's at. If you don't, then you might not. Jane is in Mountain, but when I run read at Bonds, I always use Eastern to just cut down on confusion. No, she didn't send us over, GT said. She just ended the stream, and the next video up was this stream.
Got you.
Oh, okay, cool. Christina, yes, I got it. Okay. It's backwards, but it has her channel name and her name on there. So eventually I'll just memorize it by looking at it enough times. Okay, so Paula uses OBS, is what Atia says.
Oh, okay.
I tried using it, it was just too much stuff going on. So I'll use StreamYard or I'll use Restream. Are you crying?
What? No.
Crying?
No. I have allergies.
Oh, okay. Very short. Like, it's okay to cry.
No, not today. I did that earlier in the week when I read Sunrise on the Reaping.
It's really sad. Like,
Bro,
sad.
that book destroyed me.
So I haven't read it yet, but I've read like the first 3 books in the Hunger Games. Okay.
So,
but I also don't ever cry when I read books.
here's the thing.
No matter how sad it is, I just don't cry when I read.
So I am a crier when I read, but when I tell you that I have never cried so hard reading a book ever in my life, like I did reading Sunrise on the Reaping. And here's the thing is, like, there's something that happens. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but there's something that happens in like the last 20 minutes of this book. Because I did listen to about 40% of it. Okay. And there's something that happens in the last like 20% of this, or not 20%, 20 minutes of the book. Like, I was literally crying so hard, I was hyperventilating. And honestly, I was more angry with this book, like throughout the book. Like, the feeling I was feeling was more anger than it was sadness. But I cry when I'm angry. So it just is what it is.
Like, I could read a book that's really sad. Don't cry. If I watch a show or a TV show or a movie that's based on the book, I'll totally cry. But me reading, I don't cry.
But it is sad.
But I'll laugh and like I might get like misty eyed, but I won't be like bawling or anything like that.
This book definitely explains why Haymitch ended up the way he did as an adult.
So is this his story then?
Yeah.
Like, is it okay?
It's his games, yeah.
Okay.
And they are brutal. Like, I oh my god. I've reread, at this point I've reread Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes because I reread that last week, and then I read Sunrise this week because I'm doing like a spoiler-filled vlog of me reading the Hunger Games in chronological order instead of in publication order.
So Ballad is first.
So Ballad was first and then Sunrise.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, like I have this grand thing in my head that like I was going to read Sunrise on the Reaping and then immediately jump into the first Hunger Games book because I was like, it can't be that bad. Absolutely not. Like, I will probably start the Hunger Games this next week just to kind of, you know, keep like the flow of like reading the books. But I haven't even updated my vlog with my feelings on Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes because I tried like 24 hours after I had finished and I like broke down in tears and I was like, no one wants to see this on the internet. Like, no one wants to see me just like have it like crashing out on the internet. Like, so I'm going to try to film my clip for my vlog like on Monday, but I would like to have the Hunger Games vlog out by the end of August. Like, that's like my time frame, but I am giving myself grace and knowing that like it might take me longer to do it than that.
have you watched a balanced movie?
Not yet, because I'm really conflicted about whether I want to watch it. I don't like Rachel Zegler as a person.
Okay.
I have a really hard time supporting Rachel Zegler. So I have not watched Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes yet. I probably will, because FOMO. I just
have to see how close to the book they kept the movie. No.
Yeah, I just have to get around, like, because I do think that Rachel Zegler is talented, but I don't like her views, like, as a human being.
That's fair. Like, everyone has their opinion. I don't have one either way or another on that.
But like when I very much disagree with someone, I then have trouble, like a famous person, I then have trouble like supporting their projects. You know what I mean?
No, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
All right. So Christina says she cries at everything, not just sad things, but usually happy things or weird things like commercials, cry, or laugh hysterically, emotional overloads. And then, did you read all the books?
I have not. So I reread Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes last week, and I read Sunrise on the Reaping this week.
So you've never read the original trilogy?
Or, I mean, if she's asking if I've read them for this vlog, then no. If you're asking, have I read all of the books now? Like, have I read them all at least once? Yes.
Okay.
So I've read the original trilogy probably 5 or 6 times, like total, because that's a series that I tend to reread.
Okay.
Ballad I've now read twice, because I read it originally in 2020, and then Sunrise I've only read. This was my first read through of Sunrise on the Reaping. So. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. Do we need to do some research on Rachel?
Christina
says Sunrise was her favorite and needed tissues. Now I'm curious, it'll make me cry.
Oh,
maybe I should read it.
Here's the thing. Sunrise on the Reaping is my best book of 2025. 6 stars. Like, I gave it 6 stars. It just destroyed me. You know? Atia, as far as Rachel Zegler goes, here's the thing. She said some really off the wall shit when she was like really off the wall. Like things that, like, she said really like the quiet part out loud during the whole thing with the Snow White movie, which is terrible. But like she literally said, like in an interview, like while promoting Snow White, that she found the source material, so the original Disney movie, she found it to be creepy, and that she had never actually watched it all the way through. And like they completely changed the movie for this new one. Like the storyline is completely different.
How is the Disney version of Snow White creepy?
And well, she made a comment about like it's not the 1960s, so we don't need to be saved by a prince. Ma'am,
but that's the whole point of the story. Like the original story is that's like, what happens.
I understand. Like we've had Disney princesses, new Disney princesses that have been added. So like we've had like, Tangled. You know what I mean? Like technically, Rapunzel kind of does things on her own. Like she has Flynn Rider, but she does things on her own, right? Even though they get married at the end, of course. And then like Moana, right? There's no love interest in Moana. So like I get that it's like a female empowerment thing. Yes, Christina, it's the same girl. Yeah. It is. It's the same. It's Rachel Zegler. It's the same person. And then like we have like Frozen, right? Where technically neither of them is saved by a prince. Like there is a love interest for Anna Kristoff, right? But she's not like saved by him at the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like wanting, this is where like the feminism thing irritates me, because like if you are truly a feminist, then you just want women to be able like we want all human beings to have the same rights and like to be treated equally. But also, like, if one woman wants to be a stay-at-home mom, we support that woman. If another woman wants to be like the best surgeon in the world, we also support that woman, you know? So like there's
one's
space,
not better than the other.
Yeah, like there's space for a princess to be saved by a prince. Just as there is space for a princess who wants to make her own path. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So, Atia, like technically, yes, there is a love interest in the new Snow White. But like he's not.
Wait, is it one of the dwarves?
No, it's a human
okay.
being. But like he's not. But like she's not saved by him in the end. Like he's not. To me, he wasn't that significant.
I love it how you're like, no, it's not one of the dwarves. It's a human being because the dwarf.
It's a human being. It's like a full-grown man.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
I just thought it funny the way you said it.
Dwarves.
See, Disney truly did not give damn back then. They said then babies are gonna be scared. So what? I mean, they're all based off of really creepy.
Yeah, they're based off
Grimm's fairy tales.
Yeah, they're based off the Grimm's fairy tales. So like,
and they're nothing like them.
Those did not have happily ever afters.
Nope, they did not.
Good grief!
Like Hansel and Gretel, they all died. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Yes, the Little Mermaid remake did it very well because she got her prince in the end, but also was making her own path. Honestly, I think that the Beauty and the Beast live action movie, that it did it very well too, because in the end she still marries the Beast. Like we still get the same storyline, but Belle is very much her own person.
Are you talking about the one with Emma Watson in it?
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't seen that one yet, but that's my favorite Disney princess.
It's also my favorite Disney movie. So like,
well, I guess she's not really a princess, but you know.
Yeah, when that movie came out, I immediately watched it because I was like, this is my favorite Disney movie of all time. So
like every Halloween comes up and I was like, every Halloween I'm like, I'm gonna get dress up as Belle, but with her pretty yellow dress. But now I'm like in the South. I'm like, do I really want to wear that much material in this? Because it's still really hot here in October.
Right.
All right, where are we at? Shatter Love and her help to save her, but she also had a lot of autonomy, and they built a relationship through other means besides words. Soluunaa is gonna go make coffee because her sprint starts very, very soon. Yeah, that's always been my favorite, but I'm a book nerd, so maybe that's why. Let's see. I haven't seen this Snow White remake, and I'm kind of scared too because of the clips I've seen. So I saw this.
Ari likes it. Ari likes it because I think that it is less scary than the original one.
But I didn't find the first one scary.
There are a lot, honestly, as an adult rewatching them, I think that like we were desensitized as children, like 80s and 90s children, I think were just desensitized to how scary some of the original Disney movies were. Because Ari also does not like the original Aladdin movie because it is too scary. And I have rewatched it as an adult because she said something to me about it. And I rewatched it on my own. And I have to agree with her that, like,
what parts were scary?
I mean, Jafar traps in the hourglass. Like, it is a scary movie. Like, I could see it being scary for a child.
I guess my kids and my husband tried watching the remake of Aladdin with Will Smith as the genie.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't finish it. It wasn't good, they said.
Honestly, I think that I think that people expected Will Smith to be Robin Williams, and Will Smith did not want to be Robin Williams. He literally said that because originally he didn't even want the part because he didn't want to try to live up to Robin Williams, so he made it his own thing. And so I think people go into, because honestly, the worst live action movie, in my opinion, that Disney has done was The Lion King. That one was not good. Well, other than Snow White. Snow White is terrible. But the one that I dislike the most after that is The Lion King. They did not do well with that movie, in my opinion.
No, I haven't seen that one, and I haven't seen Snow White.
I haven't watched Mufasa yet, which is like literally Mufasa and Scar, like their origin story. But I think that people expected Will Smith as the genie to be Robin Williams, and Will Smith did not want to be Robin Williams because no one is Robin Williams but Robin Williams.
Right, and besides, isn't the point of a remake to like redo it in a different? I mean,
yes,
follow the same
storyline. Unless you are casting the same people, you know, because like in the remake or in the live action version of The Lion King, they did cast oh my god, what is his name? Earl Jones. I can't remember his first name right now, but the guy that played Mufasa, he was recast as Mufasa in the Lion King remake. So that character to me stood up.
Okay.
James Earl Jones. That's his name.
Right.
James Earl Jones. So that made sense. Like it still was the same character because it was the same original actor. However, if you are casting someone else to play a role, to remake a role, it's weird to me to expect that person to be the same person as the other person. You know?
Yes. I'm trying to find out where I'm at. Let's see.
Why did this not?
Okay. Beauty and the Beast is Adia's favorite. It had big shows to tell, and it did. Big shows to tell, and it did exactly that. Glenda's going soon. Trying to get through these last few things, and then we can say goodbye because it's time for someone else's stream. Audie was watching Princess and the Frog with her cousin who was 5, and she was scared watching it. Huh.
Yeah, it is. That one I
movies,
could see
the
with the Shadow Man.
Yeah.
I could see that one being scary too. Honestly, if I look at it through the eyes of a child who is not desensitized to scary movies, because I feel like a lot of the 80s and 90s movies that we got were scary. Like I rewatched The Dark Crystal a couple years ago, and that movie is actually terrifying. Like if I watched that through, like I watched it through the lens of Ari because I was trying to find movies for her to watch that were like childhood movies. And through her eyes, I could see it being scary because she's not. I've never desensitized her to like horror movies or anything like that. I've introduced things as she's gotten older, and I thought that they were appropriate.
I just didn't like the movie. The Dark Crystal, I didn't really like it. I've watched it. I watched it when I was younger. I watched it when I was older. I've watched it in my adult years, but like I didn't. It was not for me.
All right, I'm gonna go jump over to Kiani's.
Okay.
Or to Soluunaa, so I'm not too late for that one.
Right.
I did not, Christina. I did not watch the Dark Crystal show.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
All right. So I'll see you guys around. Bye.